A person who never made a mistake, never tried anything new. We cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them. Look deep into nature, and then you will understand everything better. If you can't explain it simply, you don't understand it well enough. Learn from yesterday, live for today, hope for tomorrow. The important thing is not to stop questioning. Reality is merely an illusion, albeit a very persistent one. Life is like riding a bicycle. To keep your balance, you must keep moving. Peace cannot be kept by force. It can only be achieved by understanding. Imagination is everything. It is the preview of life's coming attractions. Whoever is careless with the truth in small matters cannot be trusted with important matters. Education is what remains after one has forgotten what one has learned in school. Once we accept our limits, we go beyond them. The true sign of intelligence is not knowledge, but imagination. The important thing is not to stop questioning. Curiosity has its own reason for existing. Nationalism is an infantile disease. It is the measles of mankind. Common sense is the collection of prejudices acquired by age 18. Everyone should be respected as an individual, but no one idolized. Everything should be made as simple as possible, but not simpler. The hardest thing to understand in the world is the income tax. Technological progress is like an axe in the hands of a pathological criminal. Morality is of the highest importance, but for us, not for God. Try not to become a man of success, but rather try to become a man of value. Human beings must have action, and they will make it if they cannot find it. Student is not a container you have to fill, but a torch you have to light up. Intellectuals solve problems, geniuses prevent them. Genius is 1% talent and 99% hard work. Anyone who has never made a mistake has never tried anything new. Blind belief in authority is the greatest enemy of truth. You never fail until you stop trying. A clever person solves a problem. A wise person avoids it. I would rather be an optimist and a fool than a pessimist and right. Only those who attempt the absurd can achieve the impossible. Only a life lived for others is a life worthwhile. Three great forces rule the world: stupidity, fear, and greed. If you want to live a happy life, tie it to a goal, not to people or things. Wisdom is not a product of schooling, but of the lifelong attempt to acquire it. Intelligence is not the ability to store information but to know where to find it. The only sure way to avoid making mistakes is to have no new ideas. It's strange to be known so universally and yet be so lonely. Past is dead. Future is uncertain. Present is all you have, so eat, drink, and live merry. Never memorize something that you can look up. Weak people revenge. Strong people forgive. Intelligent people ignore. Mostly it is loss, which teaches us about the worth of things. Reading is thinking with someone else's head instead of one's own. Health so far outweighs all other blessings of life that a truly healthy beggar is happier than a sick king. Wealth is like sea water. The more we drink, the thirstier we become. And the same is true of fame. From the point of view of youth, life is an endless future. From the point of view of old age, it is a very short past. Whoever violated trust once loses it forever. Each person can be completely himself, only while he is alone. Each person can be listened to, but not everyone is worth talking to. The first 40 years of life give us the text. The next 30 supply the commentary on it. Life is a constant process of dying. Ordinary people merely think how they shall spend their time. A man of talent tries to use it. To get married means to halve your rights and double your responsibilities. Living happily means living less unhappy. Sociability of people is not based love for society, but on the fear of loneliness. It is better to find your mind in silence than in conversation. Life swings like a pendulum, backward and forward between pain and boredom. He who does not like loneliness does not like freedom. Compassion for animals is so closely related to kindness of character that it is safe to say that he who is cruel to animals cannot be a kind person. You should be careful not to form a very favorable opinion about a person at first acquaintance. Otherwise, in most cases, you will have to be disappointed. Intellect is invisible to the man who has known. A sense of humor is the only divine quality of man. He who has lost all hope has also lost all fear. Treat a work of art like a prince. Let it speak to you first. Fate shuffles the card, and we play. Almost all of our sorrows spring out of our relations with other people. A fool chases pleasure and finds disappointment. A sage only avoids grief. Talent hits a target no one else can hit. Genius hits a target no one else can see. We rarely think about what we have, but we always worry about what we don't have. Compassion is the basis of morality. Such is the lot of great people in the world. They are only recognized when they are not alive. One should use common words to say uncommon things. Happiness consists in frequent repetition of pleasure. Man can do what he wills, but he cannot will what he wills. The person who writes for fool is always sure of a large audience. Nine-tenths of our happiness depends on health. We can regard our life as a uselessly disturbing episode in the blissful repose of nothingness. It is difficult to find happiness within oneself, but it is impossible to find it anywhere else. If we were not also interested in ourselves, life would be so uninteresting that none of us would be able to endure it. Great men are like eagles and build their nest on some lofty solitude. The safest way of not being very miserable is not to expect to be very happy. No rose without a thorn, but many a thorn without rose. Change alone is eternal, perpetual, immortal. Hope is the confusion of the desire for a thing with its probability. Men are devils of the earth, and the animals are the tormented souls. Faith is like love. It does not let itself be forced. In action, a great heart is the chief qualification. In work, a great head. If they are gossip about you, it means that you are enough not only for yourself, but also for others. Men are, by nature, merely indifferent to one another, but women are, by nature, enemies. Don't tell your friend what your enemy shouldn't know. Most of time, people take advantage of you when saying you're better at something than they are. Hatred is an affair of the heart, contempt that of the head. To free a person from error is to give and not to take away. Wicked thoughts and worthless efforts gradually set their mark on the face, especially the eyes. The doctor sees all the weakness of mankind, the lawyer all the wickedness, the theologian all the stupidity. Journalists are like dogs. Whenever anything moves, they begin to bark. Satisfaction consists in freedom from pain, which is the positive element of life. To read the thoughts of others is like taking the remains of someone else's meal, like putting on the discarded clothes of a stranger. Honor has not to be won. It must only not be lost. The meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed. If the path before you is clear, you're probably on someone else's. The change must begin with one individual. It might be any one of us. Nobody can afford to look around and to wait for somebody else to do what he is loath to do himself. Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. Most people consider themselves very knowledgeable in psychology for one simple reason. Psychology for them comes down to what they know about themselves. Where your fear is, there is your task. Don't rush to help those who haven't asked you to, because not everyone who is drowning needs a hand, someone to drown. If a man knows more than others, he becomes lonely. If an attractive woman is single, it's because she's smarter than everyone else. Thinking is difficult. That's why most people judge. Don't hold on to someone who's leaving. Otherwise, you won't meet the one who's coming. Even a happy life cannot be without a measure of darkness, and the word happy would lose its meaning if it were not balanced by sadness. Every human life contains a potential. If that potential is not fulfilled, then that life was wasted. Children learn by an adult's example, not by their words. Knowledge rests not upon truth alone, but upon error also. You are what you do, not what you say you'll do. Where wisdom resides, there is no conflict between thinking and feeling. The shoe that fits one person pinches another. There is no recipe for living that suits all cases. Depression is like a woman in black. If she turns up, don't shoo her away. Invite her in, offer her a seat, treat her like a guest, and listen to what she wants to say. For better to come, good must stand aside. In each of us, there is another whom we do not know. The greatest tragedy of the family is the unlived lives of the parents. Knowing your own darkness is the best method for dealing with the darkness of other people. You are not what happened to you. You are what you choose to become. What we walk away from, shying away from, ostensibly forgetting, is dangerously close to us, and eventually it will return, but with redoubled force. To ask the right question is already half the solution of a problem. Man can endure the hardest trials if he sees meaning in them. The whole difficulty lies in creating that meaning. The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. The greatest stand, most important problems of life are all fundamentally insoluble. They can never be solved, but only outgrown. Man needs difficulties. They are necessary for health. Where love rules, there is no will to power, and where power predominates, love is lacking. The one is the shadow of the other. The soul needs your recklessness, not your wisdom. Shrinking away from death is something unhealthy and abnormal, which robs the second half of life of its purpose. Loneliness does not come from having no people about one, but from being unable to communicate the things that seem important to oneself, or from holding certain views, which others find inadmissible. Man cannot stand a meaningless life. He who is afraid needs dependence, as a weakened man needs support. Woe to those who live by examples. There is no life in them. If you live by example, you live the life of that example. But who will live your life but yourself? So live your own life. Life really does begin at 40. Up until then, you are just doing research. We cannot change anything until we accept it. Condemnation does not liberate, it oppresses. If you are a gifted person, it doesn't mean you got something. It means you can give something away. People grow like plants, some in light, others in shade. There are many who need shade, not light. People will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own soul. A man who has not passed through the inferno of his passions has never overcome them. The least of things with a meaning is worth more in life than the greatest of things without it. The healthy man does not torture others. Generally, it is the tortured who turn into torturers. Shame is a soul-eating emotion. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. Your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes. We are born at a given moment, in a given place, and like vintage years of wine, we have the qualities of the year, and of the season in which we are born. Midlife is the time to let go of an over-dominant ego and to contemplate the deeper significance of human existence. Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. A love is like a serious illness, an illness from which you never entirely recover. If you get married, they think you're finished, and if you are without a woman, they think you're incomplete. Drinking is an emotional thing. It joggles you out of the standardism of everyday life, out of everything being the same. If you have the ability to love, love yourself first. Love is a form of prejudice. You love what you need. You love what makes you feel good. You love what is convenient. The 9 to 5 is one of the greatest atrocities sprung upon mankind. You give your life away to a function that doesn't interest you. As long as a man has wine and cigarettes, he can endure a lot. Your ambition is handicapped by laziness. Never say 3 things about yourself: your plans, your income, and the number of people you've slept with. We are here to laugh at the odds and live our lives so well that death will tremble to take us. Some people like what you do. Some people hate what you do. But most people simply don't give a damn. Genius might be the ability to say a profound thing in a simple way. The woman who smiles at you when you meet her is most likely just planning to feed her ego. There are only two things wrong with money: too much or too little. I often carry things to read so that I will not have to look at the people. We don't even ask for happiness, just a little less pain. Great art is horse shit by tacos. Love is all right for those who can handle the psychic overload. It's like trying to carry a full garbage can on your back over a rushing river of piss. Too often the people complain that they have done nothing with their lives, and then they wait for somebody to tell them that this isn't so. Almost everybody is born a genius and buried an idiot. Beauty is nothing. Beauty won't stay. You don't know how lucky you are to be ugly, because if people like you, you know it's for something else. People are strange. They are constantly angered by trivial things, but on a major matter, like totally wasting their lives, they hardly seem to notice. If you manage to deceive a person, this does not mean that he is a fool. It means that you were trusted more than you deserve it. Of course, it's possible to love a human being if you don't know them too well. Sex is a great thing, only when there is nothing else to do. Real loneliness is not necessarily limited to when you are alone. The free soul is rare, but you know it when you see it. Basically because you feel good, very good, when you are near or with them. There is always one woman to save you from another, and as that woman saves you, she makes ready to destroy. Life's as kind as you let it be. Nothing is worse than to finish a good shit, then reach over and find the toilet paper container empty. Even the most horrible human being on earth deserves to wipe his ass. Nobody can save you but yourself, and you're worth saving. It's a war not easily won, but if anything is worth winning, then this is it. Bad taste creates many more millionaires than good taste. You have to die a few times before you can really live. Sometimes you climb out of bed in the morning and you think, I'm not going to make it, but you laugh inside, remembering all the times you felt that way. We are like roses that have never bothered to bloom when we should have bloomed, and it is as if the sun has become disgusted with waiting. People run from rain, but sit in bathtubs full of water. Some moments are nice, some are nicer, some are even worth writing about. The only time most people think about injustice is when it happens to them. You begin saving the world by saving one man at a time. All else is grandiose romanticism or politics. Dogs and angels are not very far apart. How can you trust a creature that bleeds every month and doesn't die? Find what you love and let it kill you. There are times when those eyes inside your brain stare back at you. What matters most is how well you walk through the fire. As humans, we adjust to new conditions and discoveries. We are pliable. There is loneliness in this world so great that you can see it in the slow movement of a clock's hand. Some people never go crazy. What truly horrible lives they must lead. If you are going to try, go all the way. Otherwise, don't even start. The difference between a democracy and a dictatorship is that in a democracy you vote first and take orders later. In a dictatorship, you don't have to waste your time voting. I have always liked visiting women myself, more than when they are visiting me. You can always get away from them. If you're losing your soul, and you know it, then you've still got a soul left to lose. The shortest distance between 2 points is often unbearable. Ambition rarely helps talent. Another thing is luck. Talent always trails behind her. The less you need, the better you feel. You are not promised anything in life. No contract was signed with you. We must bring our own light to the darkness. The only time a man needed a lot of women was when none of them were any good. Any asshole can chase a skirt. Art takes discipline. Beware of those who seek constant crowds. They are nothing alone. An intellectual says a simple thing in a hard way. An artist says a hard thing in a simple way. Without literature, life is hell.
Great minds discuss ideas. Average minds discuss events. Small minds discuss people. The future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. No one can make you feel inferior without your consent. It is not fair to ask of others what you are not willing to do yourself. With the new day comes new strength and new thoughts. If life were predictable, it would cease to be life and be without flavor. A woman is like a tea bag. You can't tell how strong she is until you put her in hot water. You must do the things you think you cannot do. Freedom makes a huge requirement of every human being. With freedom comes responsibility. For the person who is unwilling to grow up, the person who does not want to carry his own weight. This is a frightening prospect. You gain strength, courage, and confidence by every experience in which you really stop to look fear in the face. You are able to say to yourself, I lived through this horror. I can take the next thing that comes along. Remember always that you not only have the right to be an individual, you have an obligation to be one. Happiness is not a goal. It is a byproduct. Do what you feel in your heart to be right, for you'll be criticized anyway. You'll be damned if you do, and damned if you don't. The giving of love is an education in itself. In the long run, we shape our lives and we shape ourselves. The process never ends until we die, and the choices we make are ultimately our own responsibility. Never allow a person to tell you no who doesn't have the power to say yes. It isn't enough to talk about peace. One must believe in it. And it isn't enough to believe in it. One must work at it. You have to accept whatever comes, and the only important thing is that you meet it with courage and with the best that you have to give. People grow through experience if they meet life honestly and courageously. This is how character is built. It takes as much energy to wish as it does to plan. Since you get more joy out of giving joy to others, you should put a good deal of thought into the happiness that you are able to give. We are afraid to care too much for fear that the other person does not care at all. Justice cannot be for one side alone, but must be for both. When life is too easy for us, we must beware, or we may not be ready to meet the blows which sooner or later come to everyone, rich or poor. Understanding is a two-way street. Life must be lived and curiosity kept alive. One must never, for whatever reason, turn his back on life. Autobiographies are only useful as the lives you read about and analyze may suggest to you something that you may find useful in your own journey through life. Friendship with oneself is all important because without it, one cannot be friends with anyone else in the world. One's philosophy is not best expressed in words. It is expressed in the choices one makes. And the choices we make are ultimately our responsibility. It is not more vacation we need, it is more vocation. Perhaps nature is our best assurance of immortality. You can never really live anyone else's life, not even your child's. The influence you exert is through your own life, and what you've become yourself. When will our consciences grow so tender that we will act to prevent human misery rather than avenge it? When you cease to make a contribution, you begin to die. Only a man's character is the real criterion of worth. Have convictions. Be friendly. Stick to your beliefs as they stick to theirs. Work as hard as they do. Old age has deformities enough of its own. It should never add to them the deformity of vice. There are practical little things in housekeeping which no man really understands. The only advantage of not being too good a housekeeper is that your guests are so pleased to feel how very much better they are. What you don't do can be a destructive force. What one has to do usually can be done. Ambition is pitiless. Any merit that it cannot use, it finds despicable. Hate and force cannot be in just a part of the world without having an effect on the rest of it. The only things one can admire at length are those one admires without knowing why. The battle for the individual rights of women is one of long standing, and none of us should countenance anything which undermines it. As for accomplishments, I just did what I had to do as things came along. Anyone who thinks must think of the next war as they would of suicide. The mother of a family should look upon her housekeeping and the planning of meals as a scientific occupation. Actors are one family over the entire world.
who has many women, knows women. Who has one wife, knows loves. It is very queer that the unhappiness of the world is so often brought on by small men. How senseless is everything that can ever be written, done, or thought when such things are possible. We were all at once terribly alone, and alone we must see it through. No one could become stranger than the person you once loved. Only a complete idiot would argue with a woman and appeal to her logic. Never do anything complicated when something simple will serve as well. It's one of the most important secrets of living. Sometimes I used to think that one day I should wake up and all that had been would be over. Forgotten, sunk, drowned. Nothing was sure, not even memory. To forget is the secret of eternal youth. One grows old only through memory. There's much too little forgetting. Modesty and conscientiousness receive their reward only in novels. In life, they are exploited and then shoved aside. Everyone saves someone at least once, just as he kills someone at least once, even though he may not know it. We are forlorn like children and experienced like old men. We are crude and sorrowful and superficial. I believe we are lost. If a woman saves money on herself, it means that it makes men want to save money on her. I want to think, and at the same time, that's the last thing in the world I want to do. Being in love is when you want to get old with someone. Love should not be polluted with friendship. A woman becomes smarter when she is in love, whereas a man loses his mind. It's only terrible to have nothing to wait for. It is a mistake to assume that all people have the same ability to feel. A person can become close to you in 3 days, and the one who lives near you for years may never know what your favorite color is. A man only begins to be valued when he is no longer there. A woman should not tell a man that she loves him. Let her shining, happy eyes speak about this. They are more eloquent than any words. We have so much to say, and we shall never say it. There is nothing more tiring than to attend how a person demonstrates his mind, in particular, if there is no mind. Life did not intend to make us perfect. Whoever is perfect belongs to in a museum. Not always sorry for the one who is wrong, asking forgiveness of the one who values the relations. Life is a disease, brother, and death begins already at birth. Every breath, every heartbeat is a moment of dying a little shove toward the end. You may turn into an archangel, a fool, or a criminal. No one will see it. But when a button is missing, everyone sees that. If a woman belongs to another man, she is 5 times more desirable than the one you can easily get. The best way to find out if you can trust somebody is to trust them. But man is not made for defeat. A man can be destroyed, but not defeated. Always do sober what you said you'd do drunk. That will teach you to keep your mouth shut. The world breaks everyone, and afterward, some are strong at the broken places. If a man isn't looking for friends, then he is his own enemy. Never go on trips with anyone you do not love. I like to listen. I have learned a great deal from listening carefully. Most people never listen. An intelligent man is sometimes forced to be drunk to spend time with his fools. When people talk, listen completely. Most people never listen. Never think that war, no matter how necessary, nor how justified, is not a crime. There isn't always an explanation for everything. We are all apprentices in a craft where no one ever becomes a master. Happiness in intelligent people is the rarest thing I know. All good books have one thing in common. They are truer than if they had really happened. The shortest answer is doing the thing. Fear of death increases in exact proportion to increase in wealth. America is the land of wide lawns and narrow minds. Everybody behave badly, given the chance. We wait always for something that does not come. We all are broken. That's how the light gets in. The one who forgave the betrayal is waiting for a new betrayal. Love is infinitely more endurable than hate. The human being is the only animal that can laugh, even though he has least occasions for that. Life isn't hard to manage when you've nothing to lose. Be afraid of a friend who often says flattery to you. To flatter means to tell a person exactly what he thinks about himself. Wine is a grand thing. It makes you forget all the bad. If you don't have obvious enemies, then they are hiding among your friends. Why should anybody be interested in some old man who was a failure? Cowardice is almost always simply a lack of ability to suspend functioning of the imagination. All thinking men are atheists. Work every day, no matter what has happened the day or night before. Get up and bite on the nail. The most painful thing is losing yourself in the process of loving someone too much and forgetting that you are special too. You can't get away from yourself by moving from one place to another. In order to write about life, first you must live it. Worry a little bit every day, and in a lifetime you will lose a couple of years. If something is wrong, fix it if you can. But train yourself not to worry. Worry never fixes anything. There are so many women with whom you can sleep, and so few women with whom you can talk. Prose is architecture, not interior decoration. Courage is grace under pressure. What is moral is what you feel good after, and what is immoral is what you feel bad after. Young people these days don't trust anything at all. They want to be free. You have to dream intentionally. Most people dream a dream when they are asleep. But to be a writer, you have to dream while you are awake. intentionally. If you cannot concentrate, you are not so happy. A thing that carries a certain imperfection in itself attracts precisely its imperfection. The most important thing is not the big one that others have thought of, but the little thing that you yourself came to. When you come out of the storm, you won't be the same person who walked in. That's what this storm's all about. In everybody's life, there's a point of no return. And in a very few cases, a point where you can't go forward anymore. And when we reach that point, all we can do is quietly accept the fact. That's how we survive. Chance encounters are what keep us going. Taking crazy things seriously is a serious waste of time. Many people, especially young people, would like to be more independent and on their own. But it is very difficult, and they suffer from feelings of isolation. I think that is one reason why young readers support my work. If you want to talk about something new, you have to make up a new kind of language. If you can love someone with your whole heart, even one person, then there's salvation in life. Even if you can't get together with that person. Everything passes. Nobody gets anything for keeps. And that's how we've got to live. Don't feel sorry for yourself. Only assholes do that. Nobody likes being alone that much. I don't go out of my way to make friends. That's all. It just leads to disappointment. If you only read the books that everyone else is reading, you can only think what everyone else is thinking. Faith and doubt go hand in hand. They are complementaries. One who never doubts will never truly believe. Some of us think holding on makes us strong, but sometimes it is letting go. To achieve the possible, we must attempt the impossible again and again. Words do not express thoughts very well. They always become a little different immediately after they are expressed, a little distorted, a little foolish. So think more and talk less. Everyone can reach his goal if he can think, dream, and wait. Lack of friends is a sign that a man has many hobbies as well as time. Chaos demands to be recognized and experienced before letting itself be converted into a new order. Youth ends when egotism does. Maturity begins when one lives for others. Those who are too lazy and comfortable to think for themselves and be their own judges obey the laws. Others sense their own laws within them. No one marries for the sake of having children. However, when a person has children, they will force him to change, and in the end he will see that everything was done only for them. Theory is knowledge. That doesn't work. Practice is when everything works and you don't know why. It is not our purpose to become each other. It is to recognize each other, to learn to see the other, and honor him for what he is. When you like someone, you like them in spite of their faults. When you love someone, you love them with their faults. Every politician in the world is all for revolution, reason, and disarmament, but only in enemy countries, not in his own. Loneliness is the way by which destiny endeavors to lead man to himself. Man is an onion, consisting of hundreds of skins, a fabric, consisting of many threads. Fate and character are different names for the same idea. Seeking means to have a goal, but finding means to be free, to be receptive, to have no goal. Only the thoughts that we live have value. We can understand one another, but each of us can only interpret ourselves. A house without love is a po house, even if beautiful rugs are covering its floors, and precious wallpapers and pictures cover its wall. You should not make a gift for yourself. You are too expensive. You must be one. You are only afraid if you are not in harmony with yourself. Those who cannot think or take responsibility for themselves need and clamor for a leader. Happiness is a how, not a what, a talent, not an object. What many people call passion is not spiritual force, but friction between the soul and the outside world. The true profession of a man is to find his way to himself. Study from yourself. Be your own teacher and your own student. Solitude is independence. If we can make a person happier and more cheerful, we should do it anyway, whether he asks us to or not. People with courage and character always seem sinister to the rest. Everything becomes a little different as soon as it is spoken out loud. One never reaches home, but wherever friendly paths intersect, the whole world looks like home for a time. Opinions mean nothing. They may be beautiful or ugly, clever or foolish. Anyone can embrace or reject them. You must find your dream, no matter how old you may be. Then the way becomes easy. Seriousness is an accident of time. It consists of putting too high a value on time. In eternity, there is no time. Eternity is a moment, just long enough for a joke. The deity is within you, not in ideas and books. Truth is lived, not taught. Each man's life represents a road toward himself, an attempt at such a road, the intimation of a path. No man has ever been entirely and completely himself. In every truth, the opposite is equally true. A truth can only be expressed and enveloped in words if it is one-sided. All higher humor begins with ceasing to take oneself seriously. Writing is good, thinking is better. Cleverness is good, patience is better. When dealing with the insane, the best method is to pretend to be sane. You are only afraid if you are not in harmony with yourself. People are afraid because they have never owned up to themselves. Wisdom is nothing but a preparation of the soul, a capacity, a secret art of thinking, feeling and breathing thoughts of unity at every moment of life. Truth is lived, not taught. If a man has nothing to eat, fasting is the most intelligent thing he can do. Within us there is someone who knows everything, wills everything, does everything better than we ourselves. All men are prepared to accomplish the incredible if their ideals are threatened. Love of God is not always the same as love of good. Meaning and reality were not hidden somewhere behind things. They were in them, in all of them. What you search is not necessarily the same as what you find. When you let go of the searching, you start finding. Love can be bought, given gifts, discovered on the street, but it cannot be torn by force. It was fortunate that love did not need words, or else it would be full of misunderstanding and foolishness. Youth is the most difficult time of life. For example, suicide rarely occurs amongst old people. Love between young people and love after many years of marriage is not the same thing. A friendship founded on business is better than a business founded on friendship. If you want to succeed, you should strike out on new paths, rather than travel the worn paths of accepted success. Good leadership consists of showing average people how to do the work of superior people. The ability to deal with people is as purchasable a commodity as sugar or coffee, and I will pay more for that ability than for any other under the sun. I believe that love is the greatest thing in the world, that it alone can and will triumph over might. When work goes out of style, we may expect to see civilization totter and fall. Singleness of purpose is one of the chief essentials for success in life, no matter what may be one's aim. The only question with wealth is, what do you do with it? The way to make money is to buy when blood is running in the streets. Next to doing the right thing, the most important thing is to let people know you are doing the right thing. Every right implies a responsibility. Every opportunity, an obligation. Every possession, a duty. Don't be afraid to give up the good, to go for the great. Charity is injurious unless it helps the recipient to become independent of it. If your only goal is to become rich, you will never achieve it. The most important thing for a young man is to establish a credit, a reputation, and character. A man has no right to occupy another man's time unnecessarily. The secret to success is to do the common things uncommonly way. Success comes from keeping the ears open and the mouth closed. Think of giving not as a duty but as a privilege. You should hire a man with enthusiasm than a man who knows everything. A man of words and not of deeds is like a garden full of weeds. You should always try to turn every disaster into an opportunity. You should have ways of making money that other people know nothing of. The success of each is dependent upon the success of the other. It is wrong to assume that a man of immense wealth are always happy. It is very important to remember what other people tell you, not so much what you yourself already know. Go as far as you can see. When you get there, you'll be able to see farther. He who works all day has no time to make money. You should never have ambition to make a fortune. Mere money making should never be your goal. You have an ambition to build. The root of all evil is not money, but the lack of money. The road to happiness lies in two simple principles. Find what it is that interests you and that you can do well, and when you find it, put your whole soul into it, with every bit of energy and ambition and natural ability you have. The poorest man I know is the man who has nothing but money. Giving should be entered into in just the same way as investing. Giving is investing. People become poor because in their youth they set their priorities wrong. If you are alive, you are already rich. Nobody does anything if he can get anybody else to do it. Don't work after 50 because money won't let you know yourself. Spend time wisely, then will be extended. Do the difficult things while they are easy, and do the great things while they are small. A journey of 1,000 miles must begin with a single step. Being deeply loved by someone gives you strength, while loving someone deeply gives you courage. A leader is best when people barely know he exists. When his work is done, his aim fulfilled, they will say, "We did it ourselves." Kindness in words creates confidence. Kindness in thinking creates profoundness. Kindness in giving creates love. When you are content to be simply yourself and don't compare or compete, everybody will respect you. The key to growth is the introduction of higher dimensions of consciousness into our awareness. Be content with what you have. Rejoice in the way things are. When you realize there is nothing lacking, the whole world belongs to you. Love is of all passions the strongest, for it attacks simultaneously the head, the heart, and the senses. Truthful words are not beautiful. Beautiful words are not truthful. Good words are not persuasive. Persuasive words are not good. Health is the greatest possession. Contentment is the greatest treasure. Confidence is the greatest friend. Non-being is the greatest joy. Those who have knowledge don't predict. Those who predict don't have knowledge. By letting it go, it all gets done. The world is won by those who let it go. But when you try and try, the world is beyond the winning. At the center of your being, you have the answer. You know who you are, and you know what you want. The snow goose need not bathe to make itself white. Neither need you do anything but be yourself. The power of intuitive understanding will protect you from harm until the end of your days. If you are depressed, you are living in the past. If you are anxious, you are living in the future. If you are at peace, you are living in the present. Soft and weak wins over hard and strong. True words are not pleasant. Pleasant words are not true. Live with for the praise of others, and you will become their prisoner. Watch your thoughts, they become your words. Watch your words, they become your actions. Watch your actions, they become your habits. Watch your habits, they become your character. Watch your character, it becomes your destiny. When a people know a lot, it is difficult to manage them. Nature does not hurry, yet everything is accomplished. Knowledge is the treasure, and practice is the key to it. Who knows, doesn't say. Who speaks doesn't know. Whoever talks a lot, often fail. Life is a series of natural and spontaneous changes. Don't resist them, that only creates sorrow. Let reality be reality. Let things flow naturally forward, in whatever way they like. Victory over others gives strength. Victory over oneself gives fearlessness. A man dies easily because he has too much will to live. Time is a created thing. To say I don't have time is like saying, I don't want to. The one who knows and pretend not to know is on top. Who, without knowledge, pretends to be knowledgeable, he is sick. Care about what other people think, and you will always be their prisoner. Even a loss can turn into a profit, or a profit can turn into a loss. There is no crime greater than having too many desires. There is no disaster greater than not being content. There is no misfortune greater than being covetous. Be attentive to your thoughts. They are the beginning of actions. You can always rise above those who offended you by forgiving them. You are controlled by the one who makes you angry. Never say never, because the days go by so fast and nothing stays the same. We gain by losing, lose by gaining. When I free myself from who I am, I become who I can be. The wise man is one who knows what he does not know. What the caterpillar calls the end, the rest of the world calls a butterfly. New beginnings are disguised as painful endings. Be bent, and you will stay straight. Be empty, and you will remain complete. Be worn out, and you will stay new. Success is as dangerous as failure. Hope is as hollow as fear. If you are alone for a long time, soon you will accept loneliness. You will never know your potential if you are afraid to be alone. By remaining true to yourself, without seeking to compare and compete, you will achieve universal respect. A man with outward courage dares to die. A man with inner courage dares to live. If you aren't afraid of dying, there is nothing you can't achieve. Whoever, undertaking a business, hurries to quickly achieve a result, will do nothing. He who carefully finishes his work, as he began, will not fail. When true virtue is lost, good nature appears. When good nature is lost, justice appears. When justice is lost, decency appears. The rules of decency are only a semblance of truth, and the beginning of all disorder. Sometimes you must yield in order to win, and sometimes maintaining a low place led you to win. Age is an issue of mind over matter. If you don't mind, it doesn't matter. It is better to keep your mouth closed and let people think you are a fool than to open it and remove all doubt. It's not the size of the dog in the fight, it's the size of the fight in the dog. Whenever you find yourself on the side of the majority, it is time to pause and reflect. In the first place, God made idiots. That was for practice. Then He made school boards. If you tell the truth, you don't have to remember anything. The secret of getting ahead is getting started. Get your facts first, then you can distort them as you please. Never put off till tomorrow what you can do the day after tomorrow. Suppose you were an idiot, and suppose you were a member of Congress. But I repeat myself. All you need in this life is ignorance and confidence, and then success is sure. Courage is resistance to fear, mastery of fear, not absence of fear. Forgiveness is the fragrance that the violet sheds on the heel that has crushed it. A man who carries a cat by the tail learns something he can learn in no other way. Patriotism is supporting your country all the time, and your government when it deserves it. The lack of money is the root of all evil. Anger is an acid that can do more harm to the vessel in which it is stored than to anything on which it is poured. A man's character may be learned from the adjectives which he habitually uses in conversation. You can't depend on your eyes when your imagination is out of focus. Go to heaven for the climate, hell for the company. Do the right thing. It will gratify some people and astonish the rest. Bile and they're not making it anymore. The Nile ain't just a river in Egypt. The best way to cheer yourself up is to try to cheer somebody else up. Good friends, good books, and a sleepy conscience. This is the ideal life. The only way to keep your health is to eat what you don't want, drink what you don't like, and do what you'd rather not. Golf is a good walk spoiled. Do the thing you fear most, and the death of fear is certain. Climate is what we expect, weather is what we get. There are lies, damned lies, and statistics. All generalizations are false, including this one. Humor is mankind's greatest blessing. Never pick a fight with people who buy ink by the barrel. Don't let schooling interfere with your education. When you fish for love, bait with your heart, not your brain. A person who won't read has no advantage over one who can't read. Thunder is good, thunder is impressive, but it is lightning that does the work. Wrinkles should merely indicate where smiles have been. Loyalty to petrified opinion never yet broke a chain or freed a human soul. Action speaks louder than words, but not nearly as often. There are basically two types of people. People who accomplish things and people who claim to have accomplished things. The first group is less crowded. It's no wonder that truth is stranger than fiction. Fiction has to make sense. There is a charm about the forbidden that makes it unspeakably desirable. Many a small thing has been made large by the right kind of advertising. Only one thing is impossible for God: to find any sense in any copyright law on the planet. Apparently, there is nothing that cannot happen today. Grief can take care of itself, but to get the full value of a joy, you must have somebody to divide it with. Be careful about reading health books. You may die of a misprint. God made the idiot for practice, and then He made the school board. A man is never more truthful than when he acknowledges himself a liar. Few things are harder to put up with than the annoyance of a good example. It were not best that we should all think alike. It is difference of opinion that makes horse races. When your friends begin to flatter you on how young you look, it's a sure sign you're getting old. Truth is mighty and will prevail. There is nothing wrong with this, except that it ain't so. Prosperity is the best protector of principle. Everything has its limit. Iron ore cannot be educated into gold. Work consists of whatever a body is obliged to do. Play consists of whatever a body is not obliged to do. Man was made at the end of the week's work, when God was tired. It is better to deserve honors and not have them than to have them and not deserve them. Noise proves nothing. Often a hen who has merely laid an egg cackles as if she laid an asteroid. Facts are stubborn, but statistics are more pliable. Necessity is the mother of taking chances. Man will do many things to get himself loved. He will do all things to get himself envied. Training is everything. The peach was once a bitter almond. Cauliflower is nothing but cabbage with a college education. Honesty is the best policy when there is money in it. Man is the only animal that blushes or needs to. To be good is noble, but to show others how to be good is nobler and no trouble. To refuse awards is another way of accepting them with more noise than is normal. It is easier to stay out than get out. Education consists mainly of what we have unlearned. We are all alike on the inside. Principles have no real force, except when one is well fed. There can be no keener revelation of a society's soul than the way in which it treats its children. If you talk to a man in a language he understands, that goes to his head. If you talk to him in his language, that goes to his heart. Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. After climbing a great hill, one only finds that there are many more hills to climb. There is no passion to be found playing small in settling for a life that is less than the one you are capable of living. It is better to lead from behind and to put others in front, especially when you celebrate victory when nice things occur. You take the front line when there is danger. Then people will appreciate your leadership. Money won't create success. The freedom to make it will. To deny people their human rights is to challenge their very humanity. Never, never, and never again shall it be that this beautiful and will again experience the oppression of one by another. It always seems impossible until it's done. Sabotage did not involve loss of life, and it offered the best hope for future race relations. Bitterness would be kept to a minimum, and, if the policy bore fruit, democratic government could become a reality. In countries where innocent people are dying, the leaders are following their blood rather than their brains. When the water starts boiling, it is foolish to turn off the heat. Let each know that for each the body, the mind, and the soul have been freed to fulfill themselves. There is no such thing as part freedom. There are so many men and women who hold no distinctive positions, but whose contribution towards the development of society has been enormous. No country can really develop unless its citizens are educated. There are times when a leader must move out ahead of the flock, go off in a new direction, confident that he is leading his people the right way. After one has been in prison, it is the small things that one appreciates. Being able to take a walk whenever one wants, going into a shop and buying a newspaper, speaking, or choosing to remain silent. The simple act of being able to control one's person. Without education, your children can never really meet the challenges they will face. So it's very important to give children education and explain that they should play a role for their country. Forget the past. Only free men can negotiate. A prisoner cannot enter into contracts. If there is a country that has committed unspeakable atrocities in the world, it is the United States of America. We pledge ourselves to liberate all our people from the continuing bondage of poverty, deprivation, suffering, gender and other discrimination. A good leader can engage in a debate frankly and thoroughly, knowing that at the end he and the other side must be closer and thus emerge stronger. You don't have that idea when you are arrogant, superficial, and uninformed. A good head and a good heart, always a formidable combination. As long as poverty, injustice, and gross inequality persist in our world, none of us can truly rest. If you want to make peace with your enemy, you have to work with your enemy. Then he becomes your partner. Courageous people do not fear forgiving for the sake of peace. It is wise to persuade people to do things and make them think it was their own idea. Our single most important challenge is therefore to help establish a social order in which the freedom of the individual will truly mean the freedom of the individual. If you are poor, you are not likely to live long. A winner is a dreamer who never gives up. Overcoming poverty is not a task of charity, it is an act of justice. It is in your hands to make a better world for all who live in it. Resentment is like drinking poison and then hoping it will kill your enemies. Everyone can rise above their circumstances and achieve success if they are dedicated to and passionate about what they do. Do not judge me by my successes. Judge me by how many times I fell down and got back up again. It is in the character of growth that we should learn from both pleasant and unpleasant experiences. For to be free is not merely to cast off one's chains, but to live in a way that respects and enhances the freedom of others. When a man is denied the right to live the life he believes in, he has no choice but to become an outlaw. A good head and good heart are always a formidable combination. But when you add to that a literate tongue or pen, then you have something very special. No one is born hating another person because of the color of his skin, or his background, or his religion. People must learn to hate, and if they can learn to hate, They can be taught to love, for love comes more naturally to the human heart than its opposite. Lead from the back and let others believe they are in front. May your choices reflect your hopes, not your fears. Where you stand depends on where you sit. Appearances matter, and remember to smile. Live life as though nobody is watching, and express yourself as though everyone is listening. Sometimes it falls upon a generation to be great. You can be that generation. It is what we make out of what we have, not what we are given, that separates one person from another. We must use time creatively and forever realize that the time is always ripe to do right. Man's goodness is a flame that can be hidden but never extinguished. Great peacemakers are all people of integrity, of honesty, but humility. Know your enemy and learn about his favorite sport. Quitting is leading to. Keep your friends close and your rivals even closer. Let your greatness blossom. Tread softly, breathe peacefully, laugh hysterically. The brave man is not the one who has no fears. He is the one who triumphs over his fears. Real leaders must be ready to sacrifice all for the freedom of their people. It is not titles that honor men, but men that honor titles. It is double pleasure to deceive the deceiver. It is better to be feared than loved, if you cannot be both. If an injury has to be done to a man, it should be so severe that his vengeance need not be feared. One who deceives will always find those who allow themselves to be deceived. Politics have no relation to morals. He who wishes to be obeyed must know how to command. The wise man does at once what the fool does finally. There is nothing more difficult to take in hand, more perilous to conduct, or more uncertain in its success than to take the lead in the introduction of a new order of things. Men should be either treated generously or destroyed, because they take revenge for slight injuries, for heavy ones they cannot. There is no avoiding war. It can only be postponed to the advantage of others. The more sand has escaped from the hourglass of our life, the clearer we should see through it. The first method for estimating the intelligence of a ruler is to look at the men he has around him. The new ruler must determine all the injuries that he will need to inflict. He must inflict them once and for all. Nature that framed us of four elements, warring within our breasts for regiment, doth teach us all to have aspiring minds. Since it is difficult to join them together, it is safer to be feared than to be loved when one of the two must be lacking. The distinction between children and adults, while probably useful for some purposes, is at bottom a specious one, I feel. There are only individual egos, crazy for love. For among other evils caused by being disarmed, it renders you contemptible, which is one of those disgraceful things which a prince must guard against. Men are so simple and yield so readily to the desires of the moment that he who will trick will always find another who will suffer to be tricked. Men shrink less from offending one who inspires love than one who inspires fear. Benefits should be conferred gradually, and in that way they will taste better. To understand the nature of the people, one must be a prince, and to understand the nature of the prince, one must be of the people. Hence it comes about that all armed prophets have been victorious, and all unarmed prophets have been destroyed. The fact is that a man who wants to act virtuously in every way necessarily comes to grief among so many who are not virtuous. War is just when it is necessary. Arms are permissible when there is no hope except in arms. A prince never lacks legitimate reasons to break his promise. We cannot attribute to fortune or virtue that which is achieved without either. Tardiness often robs us opportunity and the dispatch of our forces. A wise ruler ought never to keep faith, when by doing so, it would be against his interests. Of mankind we may say in general they are fickle, hypocritical, and greedy of gain. God is not willing to do everything, and thus take away our free will and that share of glory which belongs to us. Princes and governments are far more dangerous than other elements within society. Whoever conquers a free town and does not demolish it commits a great error and may expect to be ruined himself. Benefits should be conferred gradually, and in that way, they will taste better. Men are so simple and so much inclined to obey immediate needs that a deceiver will never lack victims for his deceptions. It is much more secure to be feared than to be loved. A son can bear with equanimity the loss of his father, but the loss of his inheritance may drive him to despair. Where the willingness is great, the difficulties cannot be great. A prince who is not wise himself will never take good advice. The people do not wish to be ruled, nor oppressed by the nobles, and the nobles wish to rule and oppress the people. There is no other way of guarding oneself from flatterers, except letting men understand that to tell you the truth does not offend you. Friendships that are obtained by payments, and not by greatness or nobility of mind, may indeed be earned, but they are not secured. Prudence consists in knowing how to distinguish the character of troubles and for choice to take the lesser evil. Avoid a friend who knows everything about you. People never lie so much as before an election, during a war, or after a hunt. The more you think about money, the more you spend it. Only a fool learns from his own mistakes. The wise man learns from the mistakes of others. Appreciate your traitor, because a traitor is the best teacher. We live in a wondrous time in which the strong are weak because of their scruples, and the weak grow strong because of their audacity. Beware of sentimental alliances, where the consciousness of good deeds is the only compensation for noble sacrifices. Man cannot control the current of events. He can only float with them and steer. Show me an object worthy of war, and I will go along with you. When you want to fool the world, tell the truth. Better pointed bullets than pointed speeches. Preventive war is like commuting suicide out of fear of death. I am accustomed to paying men back in their own coin. Laws are like sausages. It's better not to see them being made. My subject is my life, and my life is my subject. It is the destiny of the weak to be devoured by the strong. A little caution outflanks a large cavalry. Be polite. Write diplomatically. Even in a declaration of war, one observes the rules of politeness. We Germans fear God, but nothing else in the world. Politics is the art of the possible, the attainable, the art of the next best. A really great man is known by 3 signs: generosity in the design, humanity in the execution, moderation in the success. Never believe anything in politics until it has been officially denied. Great men have great dogs. Politics is not an exact science. Fools say that they learn by experience. I prefer to profit from others' experience. Hounds follow those who feed them. All treaties between great states cease to be binding when they come in conflict with the struggle for existence. The great questions of the day will not be settled by means of speeches and majority decisions, but by iron and blood. Always beware of building castles in the air. These buildings are the easiest to build, but the hardest to destroy. The main thing is to make history, not to write it. When you say you agree to a thing in principle, you mean that you have not the slightest intention of carrying it out in practice. Political judgment is the ability to hear the distant hoofbeats of the horse of history. Avoid people who try to diminish your ambitions. A conquering army on the border will not be stopped by eloquence. With a gentleman, I am always a gentleman and a half, and with a fraud, I try to be a fraud and a half. Life is like being at the dentist. You always think that the worst is still to come, and yet it is over already. Even a victorious war is an evil that must be averted by the wisdom of the nations. What we learn from history is that no one learns from history. A wise person is only one who knows not much, but the necessary. The life of a man is like a game of chess, which he plays according to his art. We are all a people, and so is the government. A rich society must care for the poor. Woe to the leader whose arguments at the end of a war are not as plausible as they were at the beginning. Friendship between a man and a woman is very weak at nightfall. If you want to build socialism, choose a country that you don't care for. The strong are always right. Beer makes you lazy, stupid, and powerless. When the argument sends, the gun begin to speak. Strength is the last argument of a dullard. Freedom is a luxury that not everyone can afford. Life has taught me a lot to forgive, but even more to seek forgiveness. Stupidity is a gift from God, but it should not be abused. One and only one person must be responsible for every assigned task. Never trust Russians, because Russians don't even trust themselves. Love and work. Work and love, that's all there is. Being entirely honest with oneself is a good exercise. If youth knew, if age could, The goal of all life is death. The mind is like an iceberg. It floats with 1/7 of its bulk above water. The ego is not master in its own house. Love and work are the cornerstones of our humanness. Civilization began the first time an angry person cast a word instead of a rock. Flowers are restful to look at. They have neither emotions nor conflicts. The voice of the intellect is a soft one, but it does not rest until it has gained a hearing. The interpretation of dreams is the royal road to a knowledge of the unconscious activities of the mind. We believe that civilization has been created under the pressure of the exigencies of life, at the cost of satisfaction of the instincts. The first human who hurled an insult instead of a stone was the founder of civilization. Neurosis is the inability to tolerate ambiguity. Men are more moral than they think, and far more moral than they can imagine. Dreams are often most profound when they seem the most crazy. Whoever loves becomes humble. Those who love have, so to speak, pawned a part of their narcissism. Everywhere I go, I find that a poet has been there before me. We are never so defenseless against suffering as when we love. Experience teaches us that the world is not a nursery. Just as no one can be forced into belief, so no one can be forced into unbelief. History is just new people making old mistakes. Men are strong so long as they represent a strong idea. They become powerless when they oppose it. Children are completely egoistic. They feel their needs intensely and strive ruthlessly to satisfy them. All family life is organized around the most damaged person in it. The liberty of the individual is no gift of civilization. It was greatest before there was any civilization. The only shame in masturbation is the shame of not doing it well. The psychical, whatever its nature may be, is itself unconscious. Without love, we fall ill. Sadism is all right in its place, but it should be directed to proper ends. Everyone owes nature a death. Out of your vulnerabilities will come your strength. Friendship is an art of keeping distance, while love is an art of intimacy. We enter the world with loneliness, and lonely leave it. The first indication of stupidity is a complete lack of shame. Like the physical, the psychical is not necessarily in reality what it appears to us to be. Analogies, it is true, decide nothing, but they can make one feel more at home. A certain degree of neurosis is of inestimable value as a drive, especially to a psychologist. The first requisite of civilization is that of justice. Maturity is the ability to postpone gratification. Opposition is not necessarily enmity. It is merely misused and made an occasion for enmity. Religion is an illusion, and it derives its strength from the fact that it falls in with our instinctual desires. To be human is not a fact, but a task. Confidence is the present tense of hope. The more silent you are, the more you are able to hear. It is not the path which is difficulty, rather, it is the difficulty which is the path. If you don't have many friends, that means you have a lot of life experience. Life can only be understood backwards, but it must be lived forwards. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. People demand freedom of speech as a compensation for the freedom of thought, which they seldom use. The highest, after all, is not to comprehend the highest, but to do it. Anxiety is the dizziness of freedom. The response to criticism is to smile and forget. People understand me so poorly that they don't even understand my complaint about them not understanding me. What distinguishes all love from lust is the fact that it bears an impression of eternity. Life is not a problem to be solved, but a reality to be experienced. Learn not to tell anything to anyone, because only then your life will definitely get better. The most common form of despair is not being who you are. I opened my eyes and saw the real world, and I began to laugh, and I haven't stopped since. The most painful state of being is remembering the future, particularly the one you'll never have. Faith begins precisely where thinking leaves off. Do it or don't do it. You will regret both. Be that self that one is. Knowledge is a wealth that cannot be stolen. You become what you understand. Once you label me, you negate me. For it is not what happens to me that makes me great, but it is what I do. To dare to lose one's footing momentarily, not to dare, is to lose oneself. Faith is the highest passion in a man. There are two ways to be fooled. One is to believe what isn't true. The other is to refuse to believe what is true. Our life is a game whose rules we don't know. It is better to try something and fail than to try nothing and succeed. The result may be the same, but you won't be. We always grow more through defeats than victories. Sleeping is the height of genius. Face the facts of being what you are, for that is what changes what you are. To be a woman is something so strange, so confusing, and so complicated that only a woman could put up with it. Many of us pursue pleasure with such breathless haste that we hurry past it. People settle for a level of despair they can tolerate and call it happiness. It is so hard to believe because it is so hard to obey. Far from idleness being the root of all evil, it is rather the only true good. The doors to happiness opens outward. Life has its own hidden forces, which you can only discover by living. Take a chance, and you may lose. Take not a chance, and you have lost already. The highest and most beautiful things in life are not to be heard about, nor read about, nor seen, but, if one will, are to be lived. Boredom is the root of all evil, the despairing refusal to be oneself. It is better to get lost in the passion than to lose the passion. It is impossible to exist without passion. Whoever has learned to be anxious in the right way has learned the ultimate. For without risk, there is no faith, and the greater the risk, the greater the faith. We pretend to be unable to understand life because we know very well that the minute we understand, we are obliged to act accordingly. Man always hopes for what he should remember, and forever remembers what he should hope for. What is youth? A dream. What is love? The dream is content. The self-assured believer is a greater sinner in the eyes of God than the troubled disbeliever. To be lost in spiritlessness is the most terrible thing of all. Leap of faith, yes, but only after reflection. The only intelligent, tactical response to life's horror is to laugh defiantly at it. The thing that cowardice fears most is decision. My standpoint is armed neutrality. The unhappy is a person never present to themselves, because they always live in the past or the future. Only the noble of heart are called to difficulty. Wherever there is a crowd, there is untruth. If you want to be loathsome to God, just run with the herd. Why bother remembering a past that cannot be made into a present? The more people who believe something, the more apt it is to be wrong. The person who's right often has to stand alone. The question is not to be or not to be. It is what we should be until we are not. Therefore do not deceive yourself. Of all deceivers, fear most yourself. The truth is a trap. You cannot get it without it getting you. You cannot get the truth by capturing it, only by its capturing you. The function of prayer is not to influence God, but rather to change the nature of the one who prays. On the secretly blushing cheek is reflected the glow of the heart. Cultivate the will. This is the armor that preserves the mind. Our life always expressed the result of our dominant thoughts. Hope is a passion for the possible. Happiness is the greatest hiding place for despair. Once you are born in this world, you're old enough to die. It is very important in life to know when your cue comes. In order to help another effectively, you must understand what he understands. Instruction begins when you put yourself in his place, so that you may understand what he understands, and in the way he understands it. My sorrow is my castle. Take away the paradox from the thinker, and you have a professor. A no does not hide anything, but a yes very easily becomes a deception. If I could prescribe only one remedy for all the ills of the modern world, I would prescribe silence. Victorious warriors win first, and then go to war, while defeated warriors go to war first, and then seek to win. Who wishes to fight must first count the cost. The whole secret lies in confusing the enemy, so that he cannot fathom our real intent. Build your opponent a golden bridge to retreat across. If the mind is willing, the flesh could go on and on without many things. He who is prudent and lies in wait for an enemy who is not will be victorious. The captured soldiers should be kindly treated and kept. The expert in the battle moves the enemy and is not moved by him. He will win who, prepared himself, waits to take the enemy unprepared. Disorder came from order, fear came from courage, weakness came from strength. Who does not know the evils of war cannot appreciate its benefits. If you ignore both, your enemy and yourself, you are certain to be in peril. If he sends reinforcements everywhere, he will be weak everywhere. A leader leads by example, not by force. One need not destroy one's enemy. One need only destroy his willingness to engage. One mark of a great soldier is that he fights on his own terms, or fights not at all. Rouse him and learn the principle of his activity and inactivity. Force him to reveal himself so as to find out his vulnerable spots. Ponder and deliberate before you make a move. He will win who knows how to handle both superior and inferior forces. Therefore, just as water retains no constant shape, so in warfare there are no constant conditions. It is easy to love your friend, but sometimes the hardest lesson to learn is to love your enemy. Move swift as the wind and closely formed as the wood. Attack like a fire and be still as the mountain. Appear weak when you are strong, and strong when you are weak. When the enemy is relaxed, make them toil. When full, starve them. When settled, make them move. Treat your men as you would your own beloved sons, and they will follow you into the deepest valley. To win 100 victories in 100 battles is not the acme of skill. To subdue the enemy without fighting is the acme of skill. The opportunity to secure ourselves against defeat lies in our own hands, but the opportunity of defeating the enemy is provided by the enemy himself. If his forces are united, separate them. In the midst of chaos, there is also opportunity. Move not unless you see an advantage. Use not your troops unless there is something to be gained. Fight not unless the position is critical. The wise warrior avoids the battle. Strategy without tactics is the slowest route to victory. Tactics without strategy is noise before defeat. One may know how to conquer without being able to do it. Supreme excellence consists of breaking the enemy's resistance without fighting. Every animal with blood in its vein and horns on its head will fight when it is attacked. If your friend is friends with your enemy, it means that you should not hang out with his friend. You can't trust a man who has nothing to lose. Be where your enemy is not. Never trust a friend who is silent about your flaws. Beware of sugar that is mixed with poison. Beware of the fly that sat on a dead snake. If quick, I survive. If not quick, I am lost. This is death. Attack is the secret of defense. Defense is the planning of an attack. Ultimate excellence lies not in winning every battle, but in defeating the enemy without ever fighting. Wheels of justice grind slow, but grind fine. Plan for what is difficult, while it is easy. Do what is great, while it is small. An enemy is a friend who knows too much about you. If you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. There is no instance of a nation benefiting from prolonged warfare. Great results can be achieved with small forces. What the ancients called a clever fighter is one who not only wins, but excels in winning with ease. You have to believe in yourself. To know your enemy, you must become your enemy. Opportunities multiply as they are seized. Be extremely subtle, even to the point of formlessness. Be extremely mysterious, even to the point of soundlessness. Thereby you can be the director of the opponent's fate. Even the finest sword, plunged into salt water, will eventually rust. Know yourself and you will win all battles. There are not more than 5 musical notes, yet the combinations of these 5 give rise to more melodies than can ever be heard. If you wait by the river long enough, the bodies of your enemies will float by. It is better to have less thunder in the mouth and more lightning in the hand. Seek wisdom, not knowledge. Knowledge is of the past. Wisdom is of the future. Only when the last tree has been cut down, the last fish being caught, and the last stream poisoned, we will realize we cannot eat money. Listen, or your tongue will make you deaf. There are two wolves fighting inside all of us. The first one is evil, the second one is good. Which wolf will win? The one you feed. They are not dead who live in the hearts they leave behind. Do not judge your neighbor until you walk 2 moons in his moccasins. When you were born, you cried and the world rejoiced. Live your life so that when you die, the world cries and you rejoice. The weakness of the enemy make our strength. It is less of a problem to be poor than to be dishonest. Make my enemy brave and strong, so that if defeated, I will not be ashamed. There is nothing as eloquent as a rattlesnake's tail. A brave man dies once, but a coward many times. The bird who has eaten cannot fly with the bird that is hungry. Not every sweet root gives birth to sweet grass. Cherish youth, but trust old age. Wisdom comes only when you stop looking for it and start living the life the Creator intended for you. When a man moves away from nature, his heart becomes hard. Take only what you need and leave the land as you found it. Beware of the man who does not talk and the dog that does not bark. Don't let yesterday use up too much of today. Walk lightly in the spring. Mother Earth is pregnant. Our pleasures are shallow, our sorrows are deep. Poverty is a noose that strangles humility and breeds disrespect for God and man. It does not require many words to speak the truth. Remember that your children are not your own, but are lent to you by the Creator. If a man is as wise as a serpent, he can afford to be as harmless as a dove. It is no longer good enough to cry peace. We must act peace, live peace, and live in peace. A good soldier is a post-scout. There is no death, only a change of worlds. If we wonder often, the gift of knowledge will come. Ask question from your heart, and you will be answered from the heart. When we show our respect for other living things, they respond with respect for us. Those who have 1 foot in the canoe and 1 foot in the boat are going to fall into river. Everyone who is successful must have dreamed of something. We will be known forever by the tracks we leave. One rain does not make a crop. Our first teacher is our own heart. Listening to a liar is like drinking warm water. One finger cannot lift a pebble. Man's law changes with his understanding of man. Only the laws of the Spirit remains always the same. If you see no reason for giving thanks, the fault lies in yourself. Sharing and giving are the ways of God. A hungry stomach makes a short prayer. The one who tells the stories rules the world. It is easy to be brave from a distance. We are made from the Mother Earth, and we go back to Mother Earth. Man has responsibility, not power. Trouble no one for their religion. Respect others in their view, and demand that they respect yours too. A moon is not shamed by the barking of dogs. A man who looks first to a woman's outer beauty will never know her beauty divine, for there is dust upon his eyes, and he is blind. If you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. Be alone, that is the secret of invention. Be alone, that is when ideas are born. I don't care that they stole my idea. I care that they don't have any of their own. The present is theirs. The future, for which I really worked, is mine. If your hate could be turned into electricity, it would light up the whole world. Of all things, I liked books best. Antisocial behavior is a trait of intelligence in a world full of conformists. The day science begins to study non-physical phenomena, it will make more progress in 1 decade than in all the previous centuries of its existence. A new idea must not be judged by its immediate results. I could only achieve success in my life through self-discipline, and I applied it until my wish and my will became one. The scientists of today think deeply instead of clearly. One must be sane to think clearly, but one can think deeply and be quite insane. What one man calls God, another calls the laws of physics. All that was great in the past was ridiculed, condemned, combated, suppressed, only to emerge all the more powerfully, all the more triumphantly from the struggle. We all make mistakes, and it is better to make them before we begin. Our entire biological system, the brain, and the earth itself work on the same frequencies. Electric power is everywhere present in unlimited quantities and can drive the world's machinery without the need of coal, oil, gas, or any other of the common fuels. I am even grateful to Einstein and others because, through their erroneous theories, they lead mankind away from that dangerous path I followed. If you only knew the magnificence of the 3, 6, and 9, then you would have the key to the universe. My brain is only a receiver in the universe. No free energy device will ever be allowed to reach the market. Throughout the infinite, the forces are in a perfect balance, and hence, the energy of a single thought may determine the motion of a universe. Inventors don't have time for married life. The idea came like a flash of lightning, and in an instant the truth was revealed. Let the future tell the truth, and evaluate each one according to his work and accomplishments. The present is theirs. The future, for which I have really worked, is mine. It's not the love you make, it's the love you give. I am trying to awake the energy contained in the air. These are the main sources of energy. What is considered as empty space is just a manifestation of matter that is not awakened. I have always been ahead of my time. Our virtues and our failings are inseparable, like force and matter. When they separate, man is no more. Love. I recognize the emotion for what it is, an irrational self-destructive impulse, which is disguised as joy. When wireless is fully applied, the earth will be converted into a huge brain, capable of response in every one of its parts. Great moments are born great opportunity. The Buddhist expresses it in one way, the Christian in another, but both say the same: we are all one. You may live to see man-made horrors beyond your comprehension. Each day, we go to our work in the hope of discovering. Peace can only come as a natural consequence of universal enlightenment. Perhaps I failed, but I did my best. These masters of mine may do the rest. The opinion of the world does not affect me. I have placed as the real values in my life what follows when I am dead. The desire that guides me in all I do is the desire to harness the forces of nature to the service of mankind. There is no energy in matter other than that received from the environment. I do not think you can name many great inventions that have been made by married men. My belief is firm in a law of compensation. The true rewards are ever in proportion to the labor and sacrifices made. Originality thrives in seclusion free of outside influences. Of all the friction or resistance, the one that most retards human movement is ignorance. Of all things I liked books best. My father had a large library, and whenever I could manage, I tried to satisfy my passion for reading. In the 21st century, the robot will take the place which slave labor occupied in ancient civilization. The beauty and the scent of roses can be used as a medicine, and the sun rays as a food. All matter comes from a primary substance, the luminiferous ether. Crystals are living beings at the beginning of creation. To know each other, we must reach beyond the sphere of our sense perceptions.